Expatriate on that. Some councillors like it.
Kia ora koutou, and welcome to the Community Committee meeting. We'll just start with the karakia. Tūtoa mai runa, tūtoa mai raro, tūtoa mai roto, tūtoa mai waka. Kia tau ai, te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa. Ko mea hui e, karakia. Haere mai ki tēnei koe, te iwi o rangitānei, tēnā koutou. Te kuri hero whakaoia, tēnā koutou. Nā mana e nā reo, nā miki nui kia koutou katoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome everybody. I'd just like to explain that the meeting is being recorded and will be live streamed onto the Council's YouTube channel. We have health and safety requirements for the Council Chamber, and since we do have some members of the public here, I'll just explain those. They're on the screen. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave the site immediately by the nearest fire exit, marked with the running green man, and evacuate to the assembly area, which is the clock tower into Marae Neck. Smoking is prohibited in council buildings, and if needed, a defibrillator is located at the front of the house on the ground floors. And if there are any incidents or near misses, please report to the committee administrators, Sina and Sarah. We do have a number of online participants today, and we ask them to please keep their microphones muted and us addressing the meeting. We have the Deputy Mayor online as well today. Councillors in person will be hoping that the technology works well for us today. But please bear with us if it doesn't. And that, I think, is all we need to say, really. Staff, hopefully you have been instructed if you need to use the microphone where to move to, and please give your name before speaking. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to apologies. So we have apologies from the Mayor and apologies for early departure from Council business from Councillor Bowen. Are there any other apologies? No? Well then I'll move that the apologies be accepted, seconded by Councillor Hancock, and we will take a vote, please. And that's carried unanimously, thank you. Item 3 is notification of additional items. I haven't been notified of any. Are there any additional items? No? Okay, item 4, declarations of interest, if any. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a declaration of interest for items 7 and 8. Around gaming policy, there is just a declaration of interest. There is no conflict. There is no pecuniary interest in that, other than our chair giving it the Social Services Board, and they have been in receipt of a couple of grants in the last 4 months. So there's no conflict, just declare. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hancock. So we'll note that. Councillor Finlay, if you want to say anything, you'll need to hop into the queue so I can enable your mic.
Sorry? That one. Sorry. Conflict of interest, not currently or really of interest, but for 7 and 8 for the baby. I work for an organisation part-time that gets grants, but there's no conflict, so I'll continue in the debate. And also for item 9, I would volunteer for an organisation with Grey Power, which is involved in it, but it's no pecuniary interest, and I don't use the Gold Card parking, so I'll stay in it, but I'll be part of the debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Finlay. Councillor Harpenter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Also for item 7 and 8, I'm on board for Moneywise number 2, and we also receive grants from this fund as well, and so no conflict in terms of me personally receiving it, but the organisation does. So I'll just declare that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given it seems we're all declaring interest in 7 and 8, I might do the same. I work for the Kent side, and we are a recipient of some grants from some of the trusts mentioned. However, I prefer my role is not funded through any of the grants described. So I declare an interest but not a conflict.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same as previous, I'm involved in a lot that receives funding, but nothing personally started conflict.
Thank you all. Those interests will be noted. So now that moves us on to public comment. I've been notified that we've got public comment from the Disability Reference Group. So we're expecting Hugh O'Connor to play. If you'd like to come up and make your public comment, just come to the submitter station, and you'll have 3 minutes speaking on item 9. So welcome, Natalie. We'll just make sure that the microphone goes on. We'll just check that that's being done for you. And Hugh, and you just have 3 minutes to speak on the item 9, which is the support of Grey Power request for safe parking in the city. So, Natalie, your microphone's now on, so you've got 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. So yes, I'm Nat, and next to me is Hugh, and we are the co-chairs of the Disability Reference Group for the City Council. And first of all, we would like to support the Grey Power proposal of increasing parking for Super Gold Card parking permit holders. And we would also like to include those who have mobility parking permits as well in Palmerston North. Statistics shows that 80% of 2,383 mobility parking permits are over the age of 60 years old. So that leaves 20% of about 472 people under the age of 60 who have mobility parking permits. And we understand that in the report it refers to paragraph 2.5 about the cost. And we see this as an investment into not only the elderly but also disabled people having more quality of the life and accessing the community. We also understand in the report that there is discussion around it being included into the parking framework. And we would also like mobility parking permit holders to be a part of these discussions. And Hugh, would you like to add anything?
Just to elaborate on that, thank you, Nat. that the report says that at paragraph 2.25 there's an increase. The increase in time allowance from parking permits is likely to have only a small percentage impact on the revenue stream from parking. So we're essentially saying that it's not going to impact the council finances too much if the mobility parking permit holders are all added into the mix. As Natalie pointed out, 80% of that group from 60 to 90 plus, either supercar car parking permit or potentially supercar parking permit holders by virtue of the fact that they're going to be 65 plus. So the statistics that we used in terms of, at least by comparing the figure that Natalie mentioned of the number of mobility parking permit holders in Palmerston is the same one that's set out in the report. So we're relying on the same things that you are, but what you may have in front of you is those age breakdowns in 10-year increments starting from 19 plus right through to 90 plus. And so it's on those increments that we based our figures of 80% from 60 plus to 91. So it's pretty much our submissions. We were going to also say though that with a lot of the Great House submissions that there is a cost of living issue that impacts people with mobility parking permits. This is especially going to apply to those who are under 60 years of age, and that's an assumption we're making because many of them will be beneficiaries. And also by bringing in the mobility parking permit holders who are not also supercar gold card parking permit holders, you're introducing a whole lot of people that are having difficulty accessing the meters by virtue of their disability. So I think those are our submissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Hugh and Ashley. Thank you for your time and effort coming in to make this submission today. Thank you. Okay, so we'll just move to accept the public comment. I will move that the public comment be received, seconded by Councillor Hancock, and we'll take a vote. Thank you. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. It moves us on to item 6, which is the confirmation of minutes. And for the 24th of May 2023, Part 1 Public. Before we move to accept the minutes, is there any correction that anyone needs to bring forward? Then I'll move that we confirm the minutes of the Community Committee meeting, the 24th of May 2023 Parliament Public as a true and correct record. Seconded Councillor Hancock, and we'll take a vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So that brings us on to item 7, which is hearing of submissions on the draft policies 2023. Draft gambling venue policy 2023. And before we hear the submitters, we need to pass a couple of recommendations. First one is that we hear the submissions from presenters who indicated they wish to be heard in support of their submission, and secondly, that the committee know the procedure for hearing of submissions as described in the procedure sheet. So I will move those, and Councillor Hancock will second, and we'll take a vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So moving on to hearing the submissions now. Just for those submitters who are here or who are online, your submission time is 10 minutes, and that is inclusive of questions. We suggest that you speak to the main points of your submission, but you don't need to read it verbatim because your submissions have already been circulated and read by councillors, and you may wish to leave some time for questions. We do have a number of submitters online, and so you'll just need to bear with us as we switch between technologies. So our first submitter is submission number 40 on page 90, and that is Mr. Don Martin from New Zealand Community Trust. So, Don, can you hear me?
Yes, nā mihi chia, tuatahi tino o mea kia koutou te rangatane o Manawatu, kei kai unahira ko tāne rā ahau. Hi, my name is Don from NZCT. I'm just going to share my screen for the presentation, which will take 4 minutes or so. I understand there's a copy of a PDF sitting there for you as well. So today is about funding community activity. Our position is, we certainly understand the social pressure to be responsible from ratepayers, and you as elected representatives expect any funding for your communities to meet the highest social standards. Reduction of community good will occur if machine numbers fall and relocation is not allowed. We've resumed, NZCT has returned over the last 3 years considerable amounts to the local community. There's 1.3 million directly within Palmy, and a little bit more than 1 million across the Manawatu district. And yet most of our grants, 73%, go to small community projects. Ashurst School, 11,000. Awapuni School, 16,500. Manawatu Access Radio, 5,500. Palmerston North High School, 10,700. Ross Intermediate School, 7,200. And one that wasn't on our submission but was represented locally, New Zealand Rural Games, 20,000 in 2021 and 2022. Where will these organisations and people get funding from if there are no funds? We understand that it's a balancing act for councils. Gaming trusts exist to fund community activities and are legally obliged to distribute these funds to the communities for sports, education, art and health initiatives, and have very high strict standards of behaviour. Over the past 18 years, more than 10,000 machines have been returned and removed out of distribution across the country. Yet it's not reduced problem gambling, yet it has reduced funding to community organisations by around $80 million a year. Most people gamble for entertainment. Around 75% of Kiwis regularly participate in gambling for entertainment, and that includes lotto, gaming machines, racing, sports betting, and casinos. 13% of adults have gambled on EGMs or electronic gaming machines in the past year. In 2021, TBD advisory report found that between $1.7 and $2.16 billion each year was made up of entertainment value across gambling, and this is made up of business income, entertainment value, and other benefits. Gambling is mainstream, widespread, and socially accepted. Problem gambling affects 0.2% of the population. This number has changed little over the past decade, and the real risk is online gaming and closing venues, which will drive people online where there are no controls. There's a substantial problem gambling levy in place. Problem gambling services are funded through the levy on gambling operators, and at this stage it's around $20 million a year. Relocations are positive, and the reason they're positive is that what it does is it maintains or increases funding of the community groups, allows them to be relocated if licensed venue operator changes his or her venue location, allows you, the councillors, and council to review the areas which are more suitable for this proper activity. It avoids driving people online, and ensures we can move away from lower social economic areas. Now, for every dollar spent, 90 cents goes back to the person gaming. 3.1% of every dollar is returned to the community in grants. 3.8% goes government duties and levies, and 3.1% goes in operating costs. And that concludes my presentation. I'll stop sharing and ask if there's any questions across the group.
Thank you very much, John, for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
We do have time for questions. I have a question for you myself. So you said that the problem gambling numbers are 0.2% of the adult population. Now that's different to the numbers that have been cited in other submissions. Can I ask you what the source of that figure is and what it's referred to exactly?
Yeah, sure. It's actually 0.02, and it's the definition of serious problem gambling versus gambling harm. So where is that? Yeah, so there's a New Zealand National Gambling Study 2015 overview and gambling participation, and DIA statistics are there as such. It's referenced in our submission too, Chair.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. We do have questions from other councillors. So, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Don, for your submission. I'm just trying to understand something you said, which is that the number of machines is reduced, and that's had a reduction in the amount of investment coming back to the community, despite the fact the figures that we've been shown is the number of machines that reduced, income generated by those machines has increased. So I'm trying to understand where this reduction comes from, given we see income increasing off both machines, not decreasing.
Trying to understand where the production comes from. So your question is around where do the gambling funds come from that we distribute back to the community? Is that what I understand your question was?
No, apologies. My question is, the figures we've been shown tell us that despite the fact the number of machines have been reduced, the income generated by those machines has increased, meaning that you would be receiving more income to distribute to the community, not less. But what you've told us in your submission today is that you're receiving less income. So I just want to understand if the information you've been providing is correct, or if perhaps the national trend that isn't reflected in Palmerston North, or what you're dealing with.
I understand now. So what it means is that you're right, there's less machines. I guess in terms of the machines, like anything, wages have gone up and that sort of stuff. So there's actually more people gambling as such. But then that $80 million a year in terms of has reduced because of the numbers of machines. There's obviously people gambled for the first time during COVID, and that's the real challenge for us in terms of reducing that going forward. So, but it's like anything, you know, we all know our grocery bills have increased, and actually people do probably spend a little bit more on lotto, racing and gaming machines than what they used to 10 years ago.
So your view is it's an inflationary factor, not a real increase? All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Barrett, we've just got time for one quick question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dawn. Could you just tell us approximately how many venues are represented by your trust, and of those, how many are seeking to move from high deprivation zones to low deprivation zones?
Yeah. So just in terms of general figures, but I understand in terms of Palmerston North, there were 23 venues and there are now 21 venues, not all NZCT. You know, we have a couple of venues locally, and it really depends in terms of the business owner. But what I'm saying is, and their plans. But say, for example, if one of the pubs was in a lower socio-economic area and they decided to move, say, close to the town, you know, there was the venue, obviously, we all know about the stuff sitting around the square, and move into an area like the town square. It really depends on the business owner, and the flexibility around relocation would enable us to move to an area that potentially could be lower socio, to an area where that is less of a concern. And so, whilst we don't know ourselves, having the ability to relocate certainly would enable us to move away from a lower socio if that option was open to us. Well, for the publican as such.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. That brings your submission time to an end. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us.
Okay, Jake.
So that brings us on to submission 44, who is Samantha Alexander representing the Lion Foundation. And Samantha is online. So Samantha, are you able to hear us?
I am. Kia ora, everybody. I am able to hear you. Likewise on your end.
That's good. Are you able to turn your camera on?
Unfortunately not. My camera doesn't seem to work and hasn't worked for a long time, which is quite distressing. I even got dressed up for the occasion and not wearing my usual outfit for home. So I do apologise. I've got my camera on now and you can see it's just a black screen. So I'm going to switch it off and you can see my mugshot. But I do also intend to share a PowerPoint, so I might just proceed to do that at the moment.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. We can see.
I do apologise for that.
No problem. We can see your PowerPoint. So where you go when you're ready.
Great. Well, kia ora, everybody. I am Sam Alexander. I'm the Grants and Compliance Manager for the Lion Foundation. In a nutshell, we have been established for quite some time. We have distributed a substantial amount of funding over the time that we have been in existence as a charitable trust. Last year we distributed 42.3 million, which equates to approximately a 44% return, as opposed to the mandatory minimum of 40%. We operate our grant funding, we are a national organisation, and our grant funding decisions are split into 4 regions, hoping that our grant funding decisions impact the communities from where the funds were generated. Very briefly, in the Palmerston North area itself, in the district, the TLA, in the financial period 20 to 2021, over 900,000 was distributed to organisations within the district. The same period, 21 to 22, was over $1 million distributed, and unfortunately we saw a slight decline due to the fact that one of our venues was offline for approximately 13 months, with the return being about $890,000 to the Palmerston North region in itself. I'm going to do a shameful tout of the funding that we provided to council since 2013, the most notable being the splash pad, the multi-purpose sports turf, and the skate park. But the figures don't necessarily have to be big to be impactful. It could be, as the previous presenter said, it could be a $2,000 or even a $500 grant, which will impact in its own way. It will come as no surprise, and you'll hear most of us saying not most of us, but the society saying that we do not support a sinking lid. We believe that the current policy appropriately balances the the potential that exists for harm within gambling, as well as preserving community access to funding. It's also important to note that it's not only the funding, but what happens. It's not only the funding, but it's also the commercial opportunities which are presented as a result of the operation of pokies and pubs. It's the employment opportunities. It's the employment opportunities to the community organisations that apply for funding. And I dare suggest as well that it's the commercial opportunities that present to the high street operators, where a large portion of the funding is spent, even if it's just buying the uniforms, etc. We are pleased that the relocation clause is being included. We do, whilst none of our venues at the moment are intending to relocate, we did have an interesting circumstance 1 or 2 years ago relating one of the venues where the operator is stuck in a situation where the venue is in itself unsafe. There is an issue with earthquake strengthening requirements and potential souring landlord and tenant situation. But it is our position that, allowing venues to move and hopefully taking them out of areas of higher deprivation, moving into areas of lower deprivation is beneficial in that regard. Yes, so I'm going to say what the previous person has already said, that there are numerous studies, most recently the Gambling Harm Needs Assessment, which was a report commissioned by the Ministry of Health as it attempted to determine its strategy for the 3 years worth of harm minimisation, its strategy over the 3-year period. Whether all of the reports that we have access to, various research items, all seem to say the same thing, that the rate is relatively low and it is remaining low. One thing that does worry us, and I know that other people will perhaps tell you that the unregulated offshore online gambling isn't a concern for council. We believe it is, because if council removes the physical safe venue environment, people will still have access to other forms of gambling, including the unregulated offshore market and casino gambling. And unfortunately, people will travel to gamble, and that's that. We also submit that the sinking lid policies, apologies for my typo there, ignore the fact that gambling is actually a form of adult entertainment, and there are recidivist problem gamblers who will always be recidivist problem gamblers because they don't seem to get the support that they need. But it does seem to be prejudicial to those adults who can and do control their spending habits and who need an outlet for recreation and entertainment. I've already stated the value that the businesses, in our opinion, provide to the economy of the cities. Our submission speaks at length. Well, it does speak at length, but there is so much more than we do to provide a safe and highly regulated environment within the gambling rooms and the gambling venues. And in this regard, I do point out that most of the people working or even owning these venues are members of your community who live and work in your community. And we submit that the majority of venues and venue owners and operators are actually deeply concerned about the best interests of the community and their regulars. As we all know, approximately 25 million per year is spent on the overall problem gambling service provisions, and this is in terms of money which is paid to the Ministry of Health, and they then distribute it in terms of their strategy. I am advised that there is a very good problem gambling service support system. It is available 24 hours, 365 days, and I believe available in a large number of languages. Similarly, some of the resources we provide in our venues, we have taken the time and trouble to have these translated into several languages, just to try and cross the barrier of language. As we know, New Zealand is multicultural, and English is not necessarily the favourite language of all people in the country. The next slide deals with only some of the harm minimisation measures in place. I would be here all day if I had to try and tell you exactly what was done in a venue. We have a we have a small but lean and experienced team of account managers who are we're in the venues working on a daily basis, ensuring that the venue operators, venue managers, venue staff are trained and are as best equipped to deal with the situations that may arise within the venues. We try and give them as much resource which is available to us to recognise various signs of problem gambling. This is often quite difficult, but we endeavour it nevertheless, because as you may appreciate, the nature of the hospitality industry is that often students are working behind bars, etc., and their exposure to life, to life is perhaps different to some of us who may have worked in hospitality ourselves. I mean, I certainly worked in hospitality when I was a student 30 years ago, but I wouldn't want that task today. We have various techniques which we try and teach to the various people in the venues. We often engage with the DIA regulators as well about various aspects of problem gambling and the goings on in venues. And a lot of our account managers, in fact most, have very strong relationships with the local service providers, even down to the fact where, in Wellington, for example, and I appreciate that that's not Palmerston North, but in Wellington, the account manager that we have there has a very close personal relationship with the representatives from the Salvation Army. Personally, we're developing relationships with the Asian Family Services to try and ensure that we have that aspect of the cultural circle of New Zealand covered. The venue operators have an extensive understanding of exclusion processes, and once again, we often work with the gambling service providers in respect of the multi-venue exclusions. And yeah, so it's just really, please don't take it, these two slides are what the only things that we do. We have a huge amount of work that goes into making sure that our venues are a safe physical environment. We are a broad-based inclusive funder.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Samantha. Your time is up. Would you just
sorry.
Would you just like to wrap up briefly?
No, well, that last screen is basically where we're at from the community funding perspective, and I only had a happy little picture at the end, so I will close that. I'll stop sharing. And yes, apologies, I should have timed that a bit better.
No worries at all. It's very difficult getting the time right when you're online and you can't see the timer probably in the room. So thank you for your submission. So that brings us on to submission number 8. Jared True, representing the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand. And Jared is also online. Jared, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
That's great. And you have a presentation to share as well, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
We can see that on the screen now. Great.
Thank you, I'm Jared.
Yep, when you're ready. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm Jared True. I represent the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand. The association represents the vast majority of gaming machine societies. We're asking you to retain parts of your current relocation provision. Your relocation policy currently allows you to relocate when there's circumstances beyond the control of the operator, such as a natural disaster. That's fair and reasonable. But we're looking to ask you now to consider broadening that and to allow relocation in any circumstances when the relocation is positive from a harm minimisation point of view. If a venue wants to move to a lower deprivation rating or move out of a residential area, it should be able to do that. We shouldn't have to wait for a fire, a flood or an earthquake. We should also enable the relocation provision to go a little bit wider and to enable venues to move to new modern premises and to move to buildings that have a higher earthquake rating. In relation to the cap, we believe that the current cap is working. The policy is fine. There's no reason for change. We support the retention of the current cap. The current relocation policy, allows relocation in circumstances beyond the control of the operator. Naturally, if there's a fire, earthquake or a flood, it would be reasonable to enable the operator to operate across the road or in new premises. If we remove this, we could have a situation where there's an earthquake or a major flood, and that would wipe out a large number of our venues. And our venues fund $5.8 million in 2022 to local community groups, and that funding would be at risk of being lost overnight if we didn't have that sensible relocation provision. But I do urge Council to consider, should this provision be expanded? What was Parliament's intention behind it? Parliament's intention behind having a relocation provision was to use it as a harm minimisation tool. It is absolutely desirable to move venues out of high deprivation areas and out of suburban areas. If like the policy currently doesn't allow that, because it only allows it now if there's circumstances beyond the control of the operator. If we don't allow that, it's just going to entrench those venues where they are. They haven't got the option to move. They don't look at that option, and entrenches those venues in unsuitable, unsafe areas. The Section 97A that allows Council to put these relocation provisions in place was a Maori Party initiative. The purpose of that amendment was expressly to allow venues to move out of harm's way to more appropriate areas. The purpose of the amendment wasn't really to look after venues that suffered from a fire, an earthquake or flood. It was there to get venues out of high deprivation areas, out of residential areas, and move into more appropriate areas, which pretty much everyone agrees is the central business districts. There's no logical reason for wanting to restrict that. A venue should be able to relocate anytime, for any reason, if it's going to be to a more desirable area. Again, we shouldn't have to wait for a fire, an earthquake or a flood to move a venue to a more desirable location. And that's important in Palmerston North because 18 out of your 21 venues are in very high deprivation areas. There is a desire to facilitate the move of those venues. At the moment, our operators are looking at your policy, and your policy says, I need to wait to circumstances beyond my control to move. So that current option's not available. It's not something they can consider or plan for. If you were to change that and to say, look, council will consider this, you put a case forward, you show us you're moving out of a residential area, you show us you're moving to a low deprivation area, that's something we'll consider favourably. So not only are the bulk of your venues, 18 out of 21 in very high deprivation areas where you'd want to move them out of, but also half of your venues are located in the suburbs or the villages. Again, those are areas we'd want to move our venues out of into the central business districts. It's also fair to enable a venue to move at any time if it's an earthquake-prone venue, to move to a safer, more secure premise for both the customers that go there and also the staff that work there. We should also allow a venue to relocate at any time if it's freeing up a large block of land. If we've got a large club or a large tavern that's on a large block of land and that venue wants to move to a newer, smaller, modern premise, and that would free up a large block of land to be used for better purposes such as high density, affordable housing, that should be appropriate. We should also enable venues to move when the landlord's demanding unreasonable rentals. So the landlords currently know that the venues can't move unless there's a fire or a flood or an earthquake. So they just are able to increase the rents, impose unreasonable terms, because they know that the tenant can't move and keep their gaming offering. Venues should be able to move when the landlord's demanding unreasonable rentals or unreasonable terms. Importantly, when we see our venues have the flexibility to move, they move to new modern premises. The very first venue that relocated under the relocation provision that was put in the Gambling Act was a venue in Hamilton called the Te Rapa Tavern. The photo on the left shows the old school Te Rapa Tavern, the photo on the right shows the new modern premise. That operator was able to spend over $3 million on a brand new premise, a brand new fit out, an absolutely fantastic high quality sports bar. That venue is great. It's great for the local economy, great for employment, and is a great place for local tourists to go and visit. In relation to the cap, the current cap is reasonable. It allows for a small amount of additional growth. There's been no new evidence or no new concern over the last 3 years that would justify the adoption of a more restrictive policy. The current policy is working. We've seen a natural decline in machine numbers, a significant decline. In 2015, you had 358 gaming machines. Currently, you have 295 machines. Current policy is working. There's no need or evidence for a change. As you've heard from Sam and Don, the problem gambling rate is low. That 0.2%, that comes from the Ministry of Health's New Zealand National Gambling Study. That's the benchmark report for New Zealand. The problem gambling rate is so low in New Zealand and so low by international standards that you'll hear the treatment providers not talk about the problem gambling rate, but talk about the amount of people that suffer from low or moderate risk harm, which is a very, very low threshold to qualify for that. And they do that because the actual problem gambling rate is so low in New Zealand, 0.2%, about 8,000 people. What we do know is there's no link between gaming machine numbers and problem gambling rates. Over the last 10 years, a quarter of our machines have been removed. We've lost close to 5,000 machines over the last 10 years. In that same 10-year period, the Ministry of Health has tracked the problem gambling rate. It has stayed exactly the same. The problem gambling rate has plateaued despite a quarter of our machines leaving, showing there's no link between machine numbers and problem gambling. There is, however, significant benefit that comes from having our machines. The machines are enjoyable, they're entertainment for the people that play them. 67% of adult New Zealanders gamble at least once a year. 100% of the profits from our machines go back to community purposes. In 2022, $5.8 million in grants were made to local community groups in Palmerston North. And in addition to that, we make grants to regional organisations and national organisations that also provide a local benefit. You also have 3 clubs, the Ashurst Memorial RSA, the Manawatu Darts Association and the Palmerston North Cosy Club. They use their game machine proceeds to benefit the very same members that play the machines. All that money is retained locally, all that money is used to benefit the local community. That funding is extremely valuable and not able to be replaced. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Jared. We've just got time for one question from Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jared. Just my question relates to the income, and you just mentioned that at the end of your statement. In terms of the profits that go back into the community, your submission says that 5.2 million of grants were made, and then further down it talks about a further 6% that go to regional and national organisations. We understand that the gaming machine brings in about 22 million a year. So it appears that the percentage that is coming back to the community is quite small, about 24%, well short of the 40% that we understand as the policy minimum. I'm just wondering if you have any understanding of it, and if you can explain perhaps why Palmerston North is missing out so much on its fair share.
So in 2021, the amount of direct local grants was 5.2 million. In 2022, that data is now available on the granted.gov.nz website. That sum has increased to 5.8 million. So the local community benefit comes from those direct grants that are made to local organisations. You then need to add another 6% of grants that we make to national and regional organisations. So if we were to supply an ambulance to the Palmerston North Station, that funding would go to St John's head office and be allocated to that region, despite the fact that the ambulance turns up and is used in your city. But one of the real reasons why we have this gap, effectively the difference between the 24% and the 40%, is that you have 3 club venues, and the club venues don't make external grants as such, which is not captured in that grant data. The clubs use the funds for their own members and use for their own adjuncts and to provide services and facilities for their own members. So that still provides a local benefit, but that none of that, all that revenue, all that gaming machine revenue in the club environment gets captured in the revenue data, but doesn't get captured in the grant data, because the grant data is only external grants, non-club grants, made directly to those local community groups. So you need to take that, you need to add the regional grants, you need to add the national grants, and you need to add the club revenue, which is available through their accounts and the Cooperative Society's website, and add that up to look at the true local benefit that comes from the machines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. That's your time run through. Thank you very much for bearing and making a submission to us.
Thank you.
So next submission is submission 39 from Colleen Maxwell, representing the Sonic Hotel. I think Colleen is here in person. So welcome, Colleen, and just come up to a microphone in the middle there. Yeah, thank you. And we'll just make sure that's on for you.
No, the other one.
This one.
No, the other one. Further up.
That's right. If I'm lucky.
That's great. Thank you very much, and you've got 10 minutes.
Right, good morning everyone. Last time I was here it was with the demon drink for the alcohol policy. Now I'm here with the demon gambling policy, so I've obviously gone into the wrong profession. Anyway, I continually have to babysit the gamblers now. You would have heard from previous speakers. There's so many rules and restrictions now, so people just don't come into my premise to gamble willy-nilly. We keep a sharp eye on them, our staff are trained, and we look for any concerns re problem gambling. I do have an understanding and definitely know that there are people that do have gambling tendencies. But I'd like to know, has the council got anyone here thinking about putting a cap on time zone parlours or Xboxes and families? So surely this is where the gambling tendencies start. We're at the other end of it. All my gamblers are 18 plus, so they're of a legal age. to make their own individual choices. I'm definitely there to support them, as I do with drinkers. The charities do benefit greatly, and in fact we had Eddie from the Amputee Society personally came in his wheelchair to thank us so much because our charity donated $3,300, which isn't a lot of money, but it enabled them to get to a conference in Christchurch. And he brought this in, which I'll leave with you, lovely photos and a really grateful thank you note. So we are appreciated. I personally think it's working now the way council have done it. In 2000, I could have applied and got 18 machines. I personally only have 5. We're just a small gambling site, more a social site. And in 2001, if I applied, I could have only got 9 machines. So surely that's a thinking lid in itself. I personally think the do-gooders need to stay in their own backyard instead of trying to save people from themselves. And as I said before, an adult plays a gaming machine, so they're 18 plus and make their own choice. Read the wording on clause 4.3. I couldn't see what the rewording was, so that's why I never supported it, but just listening to previous speakers, obviously that's still in the development stage, is it? Can anyone clarify on that?
We're not able to answer questions, it's just a time for you to say your piece.
So that's basically why I said I wouldn't support that one, because I didn't know what the rewording was. So other than that, I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Colleen.
Short and sweet.
That's great. Question from Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Colin. You did your own sinking lid, and you said, has that affected your business by you doing your own sinking lid of your gaming machines?
Well, it wasn't my own. I liked the opportunity if I wanted to increase.
Sorry, you might
I liked the opportunity for my business. If I wanted to increase my machines, that I could. For resale, for me, there's a lot of people that look in business for 18 machines. Personally, I like 5 or even up to 9. It's very easy to handle, and as I said, my site's a social site.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Colin.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Colleen.
Hi.
Nice to see you here. Thank you for your submission. And I agree with Councillor Harper that you put your own sinking lid on your own business, which is fantastic. Colleen, would you agree that some of your neighbouring businesses are doing the opposite in terms of they don't provide a social venue as such as like yours does?
I definitely agree with that, and I do personally have concerns with that. And I'm surprised Internal Affairs haven't hit hard on some of those venues. They did years ago, but it all seems to have come to a halt. But I don't think that's something council can control. I think it's up to Internal Affairs to follow through with their recommendations and enforce what they say, which they're not doing.
Thank you.
Just remind members to just confine yourself to a question and no comment or opinion to be given. Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Colleen, for coming in again. Nice to see you. In your social venue space, would you describe any of the people who regularly gamble with you as having been problem gamblers?
1 or 2 come in regularly, and you know it's possibly payday, but I wouldn't say they're problem gamblers. They come in and they might have their $10 or $20. As soon as they put it in, they tend to go. Not everyone has a drink, they just come in to have a dabble. And a lot of the elderly might say, I just come to have some time out from grandkids or family or whatever. And that's fine, I'm happy to get them a cup of tea or a cup of coffee if they don't want to drink. But that's the way I want to run my business.
So how would you define a problem gambler?
One that is continually taking withdrawals of EFTPOS. They thump the machines, you can pick it in a crack that they do have concerns. And usually they storm into the pokey area, and you can tell just even the way they put the notes into the machine that I want to win some money. They've obviously been somewhere else and possibly have lost a lot of money. We do sweeps, so we always keep an eye out for them. We go through and, oh, how are you going today? And just diffuse the situation. And often people just end up sitting there talking to staff if they've got the time, and I'm usually around there 24/7 too, so we do keep a sharp eye on them. And the other concern I have too, if people aren't gambling in your premise, they're doing it online anyway and offshore, so they're spending a lot more money than what they'll be putting through our machines.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Colin. That seems to be a question. So thank you very much for coming in and giving us your submission and answering questions. Thank you. So that brings us on to submission number 45. So we've got Kirsty Cam online and Bonnie Levitch-Howard in the room, representing the Problem Gambling Foundation Group. Bonnie is, and Kirsty, the Policy and Public Health Manager. So you will have 10 minutes. Who is wanting to speak first, and then we can enable that microphone? Okay, so we've got Bonnie speaking first from the room. So when you're ready, Bonnie, thank you. Oh, we'll just get you. Wait till the red light goes on.
Tēnā koutou, ko Takakino te papa, ko Tararua te maina, ko Manawatu te awa, ko Bonnie Levitch-Howard, tōku ingoa. Kia ora, my name is Bonnie. I am the Palmerston North Problem Gambling Counsellor. I've been here for approximately 4.5 years, so I've seen a bit in my time here. And joining me remotely is Kirsty King, who is the Manager of Policy and Public Health. So I'm going to be presenting, and we're both going to be answering any questions that you may have at the end. I'd like to start with some facts and figures. And just to be clear, all of these come from the Department of Internal Affairs. We don't have a magic wand, we don't have a pool of information that's special just to us. They're all Department of Internal Affairs. So currently in Palmerston North, we're spending $60,000 plus per day, every day, on the paper machines. So we've had a lot of talk this morning about how much money Palmerston North City Council is getting back. There's a great question about the difference between the 40% and the amount that you're getting. There's no legislation that from central government that the 40% profit stay in Palmerston North. That is 100% at discretion of the trust. In our community, we're sitting with a devastating loss of $60,000 every single day. But the same community the same community that's averaging $30,000 a year in annual income. Seems kind of like a no-brainer to me that we've got a problem. How we address the problem is largely at your discretion as the council that we're voted in to protect and serve us. So without a doubt, the poker machines are the most harmful form of gambling in New Zealand. Had a lot of conversation today about the online gambling. That's not legislated in any way, and that is absolutely a central government problem. What I will say about online gambling is two things. One, congratulations to the banks in New Zealand who are stepping up to address this problem by enabling their Whaiora to put gambling blocks on their account to stop the online gambling. So even the banks are saying, hey, this is a problem, and as a social justice approach, there is something that we can do here to help the people that trust us. So this Class 4 gambling policy review is the arena that you sit in and have the choice to say, how are we going to step up and support this community? Other people are doing it. Where are we standing? So they're highly addictive, they're very intentional in the music and the sound. I have people come, they talk about their fingers are sore from the tapping, they hear the music from the other end of the bar. It's just, if that's their particular machine, they know what it sounds like when it pays out. And let's be really clear that there's a false sense of winning provided by these machines. So when I put $5 in, which I don't ever because I'm a gambling counsellor and I know too much, but if I was to put $5 in and I tap and the machine goes bing, 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 yay, winner, 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 woohoo, I got $1 back. What happened to the other 80% of my money? It's not fair. Because this is the smoke screen of the machine. It constantly reinforces the idea that somebody's winning, that something's going well for them. And we all want to feel that way. Absolutely want to feel that way. Now more than ever, we want to feel that way. So there's a lot of reinforcing happening there that isn't actually in line with people getting their money back. And yes, the machines are supposedly designed to give 90 cents back in the dollar. They're not keeping track of the fact that Bob just put $100 in and Bob needs $90 back now. This is over the life of the machine, randomly, at a pre-set out algorithm, will the machine give that money back. It's not going back to the people that needed it the most. It's not going back to the people who are now going to be evicted from their home because they didn't get their 90 cents back. So while it's there, let's not kid ourselves that this gaming that the industry likes to talk about is gambling. People are gambling with their money. They're taking risks that very few people can afford. Sorry, I keep turning the PowerPoint off, but it's the wrong button. So I'd like to just take a moment and ask Council to read the statement, if you can. I know you'll let some different angles that's on the boards. So run over to read that. I'd like to further point out that statistics show that children are 17 times more likely to develop harmful gambling in their own life when there is harmful gambling in their home. It's normalised there, and they don't have the cognitive ability, or nor should they, to realise that actually gambling wasn't their saviour when they got new shoes, when the pantry got full. Gambling was actually what caused them to have no shoes and an empty pantry in the first place. And we never want them to have that kind of awareness as to how harmful gambling is. And yes, gambling is on a continuum. We do have severe gambling, which you've heard people talk to about, as well as the social gambling, and there's everything in between. But like anything that can start off with fun and innocent, it does have the progression, like alcohol and drugs, to move into things more harmful. And that's when we're talking about crime, we're talking about methamphetamine dealing to pay for gambling, we're talking about methamphetamine to like gambling, we're talking about poverty in our families, we're talking about the impact on your social justice services, your food banks, because these are all the places that are supporting these people. So while a gambling sinking lid policy might reduce the numbers of machines over a longer period of time, is it actually going to reduce the money that's helping the community? when with less gambling machines we potentially have the option to have less need for food grants and for some of the social services we currently have. I mean, I sit before you today actively working towards unemployment, because if I'm ever 100% successful in my job, there is no need for my job. Apart from the lovely lady over here who spoke before me, everyone's actively sitting here to ensure their job. Yeah, so let's put a perspective on that as well. And in terms of the venues, under the Gambling Act, they cannot be functional on gambling money. They have to be sustainable without any money they make from the hireage of space for those venues. And that is for the DIA to put in place, and just bear with the time. And there's a lot of talk about the 0.2%. The Ministry of Health estimates that there's 250,000 people. That is actually the population of Wellington, or the population of Waikato. And that is a very underestimated amount. There is so much shame and stigma around gambling that most people won't even admit to themselves that gambling's harmful. But they're certainly not going to admit it to anyone else. So over 50% of all councils already have a sinking lid policy in place. Whanganui had one for years. I'm not quite sure why we don't. But that will be your decision to make following these proceedings. There's also been a lot of talk around the relocation policy that we're putting forward around moving these pokie machines from these areas that are most affected. We support pokie machines being removed from those areas. We're interested in the fact that it's suddenly coming up now at a gambling policy review when they have had ample time to be making these submissions and making these requests to move out of these areas, which they have not been doing. But they're saying now that they're going to do it if you don't put a relocation policy in place. So evidence strongly suggests that Class 4 gambling venues transfers wealth from more deprived communities to less deprived communities. And we know that, and the industry knows that. They've admitted to that fact themselves. So, in my personal opinion, you have two choices today. You can do the best you can for your community, which would be a sinking lid policy with no relocation, or you can do the minimum. And in my opinion, that is anything that is not a sinking lid policy with no relocation. Sorry, I used up all the time. I tried really hard not to.
Thank you, Bonnie, and sorry, no, there isn't time for questions, but thank you for your submission. Right. The next submission is number 36 from Dr. Janine Stevens and Julian Anderson, representing Te Whatu Ora, and I believe you are in the room. Yes. Okay. Please come forward. Okay, we'll just go get the microphones sorted. You should be able to click on yourself on the right hand switch. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, you'll need to be quite close to the microphone, whoever's speaking. So just you can chat between you. And 10 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the Council. Called Julian Anderson, Tuakoinua. I'm a Health Protection Officer from the National Public Health Service, Mid Central. Tēnā tātou, ko Taulaki Te Maunga, ko Tainui Te Waka, ko Taulaki Te Iwi, ko Ngāti Haumia Te Hapu, ko Janine Stevens, Tuakoinua. Janine Stevens, thanks for having us today. I'm a Medical Officer of Health with Te Whatu Ora National Public Health Service, Mid Central, living now for Kia ora. Excellent. Just to reiterate our position, we would like to thank Palmerston North City Council for putting whānau first. Gambling harm affects families, and you're choosing to put families first.
We support the sinking lid policy on the Class 4 gaming venues, and we also support the sinking lid policy on Class 4 gambling machines. We've got 2 additional recommendations in our submission, and those are that Palmerston North City Council considers either limiting relocations to defined areas based on deprivation or not allowing relocations at all. And our second is that when clubs merge, the number of Class 4 gaming machines can only be the existing total for one venue and not the sum of both venues. Gambling is not a harmless activity. Many people experience harm, and it's not just the individuals who are gambling, but also the family, whānau, and affected others, workmates, and the community. It's estimated that there are 5 or 10 people, other than the gambler themselves, that are harmed from gambling. Other health problems, when a gambler presents with a gambling issue, they often come with other problems like smoking, increased and hazardous alcohol consumption and other drugs, increased depression, and also that when they're asked to score their own health and well-being, they score themselves poorly. Very importantly, gambling-related harm is very unevenly distributed. The most deprived people are the most affected, and there is no doubt about that, and there is a wealth of stats that show this. In Palmerston North, as other speakers have said, 19 out of 21 venues are located in deprived areas. And if you look at that compared to national stats, nationally 61% of venues are in deprived areas, but here we have 90%. And this is pretty high, something we want to address. There isn't any doubt also that Māori and Pacifica and young people are well overrepresented in gambling harm stats. It's estimated that Māori are 3.39% more likely to report gambling-related arguments and money problems than non-Māori and non-Pacifican. And for Pacific people, 2.6 times more likely to report gambling-related arguments and money problems than non-Pacific and non-Māori. So this is clearly also an equity issue for our community. Not only are there social harms, there are financial losses to our community. And if you look at the 2021 stats, $21.5 million was spent on Class 4 gaming machines in our city, in Palmerston North, in 1 year. That's a huge amount of money that could otherwise be spent elsewhere. There's a lovely piece of research by the New Zealand Institute of Economic Research that was done just a couple of years ago. And what that indicates is that if people weren't spending money on Class 4 gambling, it's very unlikely it would go into another source of gambling. It's much more likely that it would be spent on household expenditure and other retail. Pay rent, pay power, pay for food for families. But wouldn't that be a good thing for our communities? There are grants that are distributed from gambling, and other of our submitters today have shown us clearly where that goes. But the redistribution is not equitable. So 88% of those grants are returned to people in Class 1 to 5 decile ratings, so they're the least deprived. And only 12% goes back to decile 6 to 10, and they're our most deprived communities. Yet they contributed 74% of the money that went into those gaming machines. hardly fair and hardly equitable. It's really important, I think, to remember that people and communities have been harmed, financial gambling losses, and also the social harms that are associated with gambling, in order that these grants can be distributed. So, questions?
Thank you very much for your submission. We do have some time for questions. First up, we have Councillor Naylor.
Thank you both for your submission. My question relates to one of the additional recommendations that you put in the submission. The first one about limiting relocation to defined areas. I'm just interested to understand, do you think that would still be preferable than not having the ability to relocate at all?
Thanks, Karen. Our preference would be to have no relocations at all. However, if you are considering allowing relocations, we think it would be very important to consider the targeting of those relocations and ensuring, as other speakers have talked about, minimising harm through moving venues into areas of less deprivation. As you saw from the stats, currently 90% of our venues in Palmerston North are in the higher deprivation areas. And it would be nice to see that change, assuming that you were considering relocations at all. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your submission today. Yourself and the previous submitter quite well outlined harm caused by gambling. What I haven't heard a lot is how this specific policy will reduce that harm. Given the submission we've all heard today, we've spoke about the evidence that seems to indicate a single-leg policy doesn't actually reduce the amount of harm gambled. So I want to understand from your expertise, you view that it would reduce the amount of harm gambled?
So if we've got fewer machines, hopefully there will be less spending. We know that we have got stats in our area that say there are fewer machines and there is increased spending, but we must try to actually reduce the harm in our community, which is considerable, and the losses, both financial and to our communities, from Class 4 gambling. And we have defined for ourselves here, we're only talking about Class 4 gambling because it is the most harmful form of gambling out of all of the classes.
And if I can just add to that there is some research in New Zealand from Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand Work Research Institute, that shows that sinking lid policies are one of the most effective policies for reducing pokie spending and to help reduce problem gambling expenditure, and that's through access to the machines. Sorry, I can't remember the date that was, but it's relatively recent.
No, that's fantastic. That's the first piece of research I've heard that has shown that connection. So I'm very interested. That's our question I was about. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Isabel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your submission. I was really interested, I tried to scribble it down really quickly, on the piece of research you cited there which suggested Class 4 competes with other industries for household expenditure rather than other forms of gambling. We've heard in other submissions that there is a concern that if access to pokies is reduced, then it might see a trend towards online gambling. In your view, is there an evidentiary basis for that view, or perhaps is that an assumption?
Yes, the evidence that we have is that if people stop with the pokies, they don't transfer that through to other forms of gambling, and therefore do transfer that money through into household spending, food, power, rent, all good things.
I think the other difficulty is that online gambling, as other people have mentioned, is not so well understood. Capturing data around online gambling is fairly difficult. It's not standardised, and therefore I think that there is a lack of evidence that suggests that there may be a lack of evidence at all about what happens with online gambling.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian and Dr. Jenny, for your submission. That's the end of the time allowed. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
So the next submission was to be Adam Parker online, but I don't think he is online. Adam, are you there? Okay, so we'll move to submission 53, Lucas Dreyer, who I believe is here in person. Thank you. Welcome, Lucas. Just tap your mic on the right hand button so you get the red light. Yeah. So you've got 10 minutes and ready when you are. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm talking more from a receiving end of these charities. And though I understand all the concerns, and it's clearly a complicated issue, there is something more to it in terms of the community benefits. We run a cancer charity called X-Men for Cancer, and basically what we do is we help cancer patients with supervised exercise rehabilitation. Now, this is important because there's no government funding for cancer rehabilitation, and it's probably the disease that can benefit the most from supervised structured exercise. And apart from there's two issues here. Is the need for qualified people that can actually work with these patients, and it's also the fact that there's no funding. So that's why we created a charity, and so what we liaise with the oncology departments, and we bring the money, the patients, and the specialists together to provide a service for these patients. And it's the other reason why this is extremely important, because with cancer treatment, there's what they call a metabolic payback. The treatment is aggressive. It causes an inflammatory reaction, and you need a bottom baseline level of fitness that is actually tested at oncology departments called the cardiopulmonary exercise test. And if you don't meet those requirements, cut off, then they basically send you home to go and die, because you're not going to survive the treatment. So those people that just above the cut-off or just below the cut-off are sent to us, and we work with them, and over the last 18 months, we helped 35 patients to actually receive their medical treatment, their chemotherapy, and their surgery. This would not have been there without the charity money. And so when we look at the charities and what they contribute to society, one of the charities alone have had applications that sum up to 1.2 million last month. They paid out 900,000. I've got a report here of 2019 that's looked at data analysis of charities. They paid out 294 million across New Zealand. These went to grants, it went to art and culture, 8% of that money, health and rescue, 9%, research and education, 11%, community development, 19%, sport, 52%. Rugby alone, grassroots rugby received 25 million. Cricket, 10 million. Basketball, 6 million. And I can go on. There's a huge amount of money that goes into the community that comes off these poker machines. And it's a long term, it makes a long-term difference because it creates infrastructure. It provides something that is there for a long time afterwards. That actually help young people to become active and stay active. Yes, it is at a cost. It's 2% of the community. But we don't take the vehicles off the road because there's a few ram raiders. We manage the situation. And from our perspective, we feel that if 98% of the community actually use the poker machine sensibly, then it does not make sense to take this away from the community, because we can manage the problem in the first place, and secondly, it does not really cure the problem. And that's been expressed quite a number of times, that it does not cure the problem. People will find another way to gamble. And so unless government and city council can show to us where this 294 million is going to come from, then in clear consciousness, I have difficulty supporting a sinking policy for something that actually makes a difference in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, for your submission. There don't appear to be any questions, so thank you for your very clear submission. Do we have Adam Parker online? Okay, so we'll move to submission 51 about Martin Chair representing Pub Charity Limited. Martin should be online. Martin, can you hear us?
Good, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So,
right. Very good. Thank you.
10 minutes for your submission and any questions. Thank you.
The only problem with going last is you spend all the time making notes and thinking of all the rebuttals. There's a fair bit of misinformation that's been bandied about, but I'll do my best to integrate it into a very short summary submission, and hopefully there'll be some time for some questions. So my name's Martin Cheer. I'm the Managing Director of Pub Charity Limited, and prior to that I was the Chief Executive. So I've been with Pub Charity since 2007. We've had some footprint in the Palmerston North TLA area, basically probably going back to the late 80s when gaming was first introduced to New Zealand. We currently operate 5 venues and 77 machines within the council jurisdiction. In the 12 months from July 2022 to June 2023, we distributed $2.3 million in 154 grants that benefited the Palmerston North TLA. If I could just respond, there was a question about the percentages. By policy, we return 40% of the revenue that we raise. The figures that were presented there are affected by the things that Jared raised, but also the fact that the percentage that you are used to hearing, around 40%, is actually of a GST exclusive amount. So the fact that the percentages that are presented are reflecting of a GST inclusive amount inherently reduces the rate of return. So along with missing out the fact that clubs apply their funds and don't distribute them, that's an example of misinformation as far as the benefits being accrued. Jared also mentioned about grants that benefit Palmerston North but don't necessarily get paid to Palmerston North. One of our largest recipients last year was Life Flight Trust, which flies in and out of Palmerston North Airport. In fact, we're in the process of helping them fund a transport ambulance to be based at Palmerston North Airport. Well, they're a Wellington-based organisation. So basically, there are some geographical issues that play into those statistics as well. I want to focus today in responding to three pretty simple arguments selected from our submissions that underpin our opposition to this proposal. The first one is that the information in the social impact assessment about the gaming expenditure within Palmerston North and the amount of it. The second thing is that the theory around sinking lids. You're being encouraged to consider a sinking lid as a means of reducing gambling activity as a whole and gambling expenditure within Palmerston North, and you're being promised a direct connection to a reduction in problem gambling prevalence in the community, and neither of those things are accurate. And there's empirical evidence to actually prove that, rather than these anecdotal comments that you've been receiving. Anyway, talking about the expenditure on page 11 and 12 in the council social impact assessment, it reported that between 2015 and 2022, gambling expenditure increased by 22%. Now, some of that was the sugar hit that the economy got out of the COVID relief injection of cash into the M2 money supply, and all expenditure, retail and otherwise, increased in that period. But principally, that 25% doesn't factor into account inflation. And basically, if you adjust those figures for inflation, the Reserve Bank calculated for inflation over the same period was actually 26%. So in real terms, actually spending fell slightly. If you add in the cash injection, which is now flooding out of the economy, expenditure is not at record levels in inflation-adjusted terms. In fact, it's gone backwards slightly. Just by way of comparison, I took a look at the council rates revenue over the same period, an increase from 84 million to 109.7 million, or 30%, 31%. And total council operating revenue increased from 109 million to 157 million, or 43% over the same period. So contextually, there are macroeconomic conditions that are at play. Taken in isolation and with an alarmist tone, it can be quite misleading. Over the same period, I note lotto expenditure increased by 50%, and the sales last year were 1.8 billion. So in the context of other forms of gambling, Class 4 is really struggling to hold its own, and the impact of the recessionary period, we're expecting revenues to fall by between 5 and 10% across the country. As far as the efficacy of sinking lids is concerned, the Ministry of Health measure the problem gambling prevalence rate in New Zealand, and their own reports state that there's been no change in that prevalence rate since the late 1990s. And in my written submissions, you'll find the report that's taken from. So rather than some anecdotal sort of comment that, well, we can't find the date and can't remember it, I've actually quoted the report from the Ministry of Health. Now, over that time frame, based on many of these type of policies being implemented, gaming machines have fallen by around 34% in numbers. And on a per capita basis, because of population growth, the actual per capita exposure of gaming machines to the general population is halved. So if this supposed benefit from a sinking lid policy was evident, we would see a halving of the problem gambling prevalence rate, but the Ministry of Health report that it's unchanged. And there's a reason for that, and I don't have time to go into it in any detail today, but the contemporary research is actually not focusing on environmental factors, it's focusing on individual factors. And the progress in genomic sequencing is identifying that some people are particularly vulnerable to obsessive compulsive disorders. And there's a complex diagnosis that's actually being administered to people and medication to actually address addictive behaviours that are light years from this type of Stone Age philosophy, which is it's all about exposure, because quite clearly it's not. Because if it was about exposure, we would have seen a dramatic reduction in the problem gambling prevalence rate from the reduction in spend and the reduction in exposure. Total machines in New Zealand fallen from 23,600 to 14,000. So at some point we would expect to see that show up in statistical benefits, but the Ministry of Health is not seeing it, and they're reporting that they're not seeing it. It is there for those who choose to see it. There was a reference to a study done by Professor Irwin at AUT about a 13% reduction in expenditure when sinking lids are applied. He didn't seasonalise that data, and his conclusions were that while he saw a reduction, there was no evidence as to whether it was coming from problem gamblers or non-problem gamblers. And so stating research like that or misrepresenting research like that from public health providers is, I just feel totally is unacceptable. As far as what happens when you impose sinking lids, Tracy Martin, who's the former Minister of Internal Affairs, was asked about this just after the first COVID lockdowns, and her comment was, "We now know what happens when we turn off gaming machines. People simply go online." And she was referring to the massive growth in expenditure in online lotto, online TAB, and Sky City's offshore online gambling platform. And so that, again, there's empirical evidence to see that gambling does migrate. So total gambling in inflation-adjusted terms has fallen by about 40%. So we should be about 1.6 billion. We're just under $1 billion as far as annual sales are concerned. In inflation-adjusted terms, it peaked in 2004. So we've reduced expenditure, we've reduced the number of machines, and reduced the number of venues, and still we have the Ministry of Health reporting no impact on problem gambling prevalence. What it has done, though, is it had an impact on grants. So that 40% loss in revenue has resulted in a 40% reduction in grants. So basically, all this policy will do is accelerate the transition to other forms of spending. This idea that somehow or other people will stop gambling, and as far as the number of machines in the community is concerned, in relation to the number of machines that are on your mobile phone, it's ridiculous to consider that you're controlling people's access to gambling, where there are literally thousands of machines and hundreds of sites accessible. And I can guarantee you, every single one of you in the room today is within reach of this of a phone like this. So the actual framework that we operate in has changed dramatically from when this policy provision was made in the Gambling Act. This was written in 2002, implemented in 2003. The iPhone was released in 2007. So that's how much the world has changed. And this idea that the state controls access to things has gone out the back door completely. The deprivation, just a couple of points from the submission, the deprivation index and where machines are located is impacted by the deprivation index includes commercial areas and CBDs as high deprivation areas. So if you've got machines located in industrial areas, commercial areas, and in the CBD, they're actually considered to be high deprivation areas because people that live there don't have cars, they have lower than average income, and so that feeds into that misrepresentation as well. So I could talk all day about fact versus fiction, but I'll just leave it there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Martin. I'm sorry, but we've only got 10 seconds left, so we don't really have time for questions. But thank you for making your points clearly. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'll just do one last call for Adam Parker. Is Adam available online? No. Okay. Well then, that brings us to the end of submissions. So thank you to all of those who submitted either in writing or who took the time to come in and speak to us today or online. Final consideration of submissions will be at the ordinary meeting of the Community Committee on the 27th of September 2023. Thank you. So what we will do is we will just take the officer report on the summary of submissions before the morning tea break. So if I could call Stacey Solomon to give us that, please, on item 8. Thank you. Kia ora, Stacey. I'll put your microphone on.
Stacey Solomon, Policy Analyst. I will take the report as read, noting that following this morning's hearing we will be providing further detailed advice to you on all of the submissions at your September meeting of this committee.
Thank you, Stacey. I'll just open up for questions if there are any. Councillor Naylor.
Thanks, Stacey. Look, I'm not sure if you're able to ask this question. I was hopeful to ask it to the last submitter.
but the 60%, the 40% that does get returned to the community, do we have any understanding of what happens with the 60%? And do you know if the income from Class 4 gambling was to reduce, do you know if any of those organisations would be considering increasing the percentage they give back to the community?
I don't believe I can answer that question. I can bring that advice back to you in the September report if you would prefer that.
Yeah, that would be great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for you, Stacey, if you might be able to. I found it very difficult today. We had a whole number of statistics bandied around and I had no idea what to believe and what not to believe. So I was wondering if perhaps in the September report you might be able to bring us back a collection of evidence that has been put forward throughout the submissions and some assurance of the validity and a source of evidence that's been bandied around to help us in our decision making.
We can do that for the September report. I do acknowledge that because the collection of the data for gambling in this respect is unregulated, there is a lot of it out there, so we will do our best to provide that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Stacey. Just to add on to Councillor Wood's suggestion and request, how could we as elected members add to that piece of work that you're going to bring back to us in September? For example, could we request specific details on Class 4 gambling contained in the Palmerston North District area?
The further advice we will provide in September will be in response to the submissions that have been received, and they were quite comprehensive submissions. You'll have seen a number of them came from different group societies and foundations, so we will endeavour to incorporate as much as we can in response to all of those.
Yes, they were comprehensive and confusing, as Councillor had said. I also noticed the lack of data and information around how much the 4 trusts that presented today actually received from our Class 4 gambling spend in the Palmerston North City. So that type of information would be really useful for us as well.
You can look to provide that.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Harton.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stacey. From the analysis of submissions that we got, there is definitely a mixture of for and against, quite clearly. Will you be giving us in the report in September options going forward, or will it be quite a clear pathway of this is a yes, that this is what you're recommending? I'm trying to put this in a way, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
I do appreciate that. You're seeing from the summary of submissions, the brief analysis there did point to a majority in support, though it is a slim majority, it is a majority. I think the submitters have recognised the challenge that this committee has gone through in trying to balance the benefits returned to the community against the highest risk of harm that is accompanying problem gambling specifically. We will provide advice based on the proposal we went out with. It will assist you in your deliberations and your decision making.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here to answer some questions. Just wanted to pick up around your response to Councillor Hopkins, where you indicated the quite fine balance between those in support and those opposed. To my reading of those opposed, some of them are opposed because it didn't go far enough, and some of those are opposed because it went too far. And just wondering if the analysis that's coming back to us in the next tranche here, will that drill into that and help us get some insight from that?
Yes, I think you've really hit the nail on the head there for the submitters who were supportive of the decision generally going towards a sinking lid, but I think it was referred to several times in the submissions as the gold standard of the sinking lid would be to provide no relocations as well. So we will be able to provide the advice on that as well at the time.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's the end of the questions, Stacey, so thank you very much for your report. So I will move that we receive the memorandum entitled Draft Gambling Venues Policy Summary Submissions dated 9th of August 2023. I will open up for any comment, but please make sure that you're not commenting on the decision, but rather on the submission process. Thank you. Oh, seconded, sorry. Seconded, Councillor Hancock. Okay, so there are no comments, so we'll move to vote. And that is carried unanimously, thank you. So we'll take a break at this point for morning tea and come back at 11:05. Thank you. Kia ora no committee. We'll resume now with item 9, which is the officer's report on impact of changes to Super Gold card and community services card free parking laws. And I think we've got Hamish Beatonby and James McGrath, Group Manager Transport Development and Senior Transport Plan to present to us. I'll just get you to, if you could get the microphone each and turn it on, that would be better for the sound quality, I think. Just the tap on the right hand side. So you know it's on when the red light's on.
They haven't got a card to wait.
No. I think we just do one at a time, so you don't take it. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors. I'd largely take the report as read. I would like to quickly point out a small minor mistake in this in section 2.25 on page 41. We refer to section 3.18 in that paragraph. Unfortunately, the number has changed since through the editing process, so it's actually supposed to refer to 2.21, which is on, it starts on page 239. So that paragraph points to the table, the larger document figures in it, rather than to section further up. And I'm going to pass over to James, who's going to talk through some of the final details to the paper, and answer questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to start off, I'd like to highlight that this was a bit of a team effort, that there was numerous people from various different teams that helped contribute to this report. I'd like to highlight a bit about the information that we gathered to populate this report. And so I'll just like to start around the section 2.23, the utilisation statistics. I'd like to kind of just talk a bit about the technology around this, because we noted that it is averaged. However, the scope of that average is the more you zoom into a particular area, the more you can see a difference in the area. So, for instance, we know that at certain times of day, certain parts will be quite busy, other times they'll be quite empty. This is also by location as well. So, take for instance the new development area on Square East, that can have an 80% utilisation rate, whereas the same side of the square between Broadway and Main can have a 30% utilisation. So as you zoom into utilisation, you can actually see a more granular picture. However, for the purpose of the report, that utilisation represents the whole area within the ring road, so Princess, Featherston, Ray Walling, and Burke and Pitt Street. The next thing I'd like to talk to is the community services card request. So, following advice from the legal team, the regulation that outlines what a community service card can be used for and who can view a community service card is very prescriptive, and so under that regulation we don't actually have authority to request or demand to see a community service card, and cannot use it for the purpose of providing parking permits. Now to the Super Gold cards, we know that this will certainly have a benefit for the Super Gold community. The recommendation that was made in this paper is to actually incorporate this recommendation, the extension of the ALSA into the parking framework, which is currently being developed. We have a workshop scheduled with the full council at the end of August to talk about the next steps with this framework. The reason why we're making this recommendation is because parking is a hot topic. There are lots of people that have interest in how parking is decided. Alongside Breakout and Super Gold community, we have disability reference group in the disability community. We also have businesses. From a business perspective, they certainly have a big focus on high turnaround, and they are interested in making sure that there's the ability for people to access their businesses, and high turnaround is a big part of that. So there's a lot of competing demand or needs from parking, and so the framework is designed to take those conversations to the key stakeholders and discuss that and reach a balanced approach that can provide for everyone's needs. And that is why we've recommended that the extension to the Super Gold hours is incorporated into the parking framework scope. Otherwise, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will open for questions now. And first question from Councillor Finlay.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got one or two questions, if I may. At the moment, according to your report, we've got 2,342 Super Gold cars out there. Is that correct?
Correct from the information we have.
Yes. Okay. Now, the other question I have now is, when you did your average costings and stuff like that, 54 and 40, the parking was average of 54 from 8 to 12 and 40 from 12 to 5. But when you looked at the costings, you took it as an hour or 3 hours, so it's a bit out of average, isn't it? Your averages, which are 2.23, and then your costings are in 2.21.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the costings, we used some assumptions based on how we thought potentially people stayed as a way of modelling every single decision made, every single person parking.
Okay, therefore, this leads me to the next question. When you did the estimating on the Super Gold car vehicle coming in and parking, how often were you thinking about them coming into town? On what sort of basis?
Through you, Madam Chair. So, in regards to the measurement of Super Gold Super Gold parking permits coming into town, it was done by the number of suppressions over the year. We don't have the specific week by week or day by day amounts.
So by those figures, the City Council on a 9 to 12 makes a profit on parking of about $11,000 because Super Gold card holders pay $10 for their cards. On your figures.
Sorry, which section, Madam Chair, which section?
Well, you've got 2,342 cards, and the people who buy those cards pay $10, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the cost for parking for the 9 to 12, you come up with a figure of, where I could find it now, $12,182, which means the City Council made a profit of $11,237. So there was no cost to the City Council whatsoever for gold car parking.
Excuse me, I think we have to go back and do some maths to give you a full answer once we've digested you.
Well, I just took your figures from your report and just did the maths, and so we're making a profit on the gold car parking.
So I think the officer said they'll need to get back to us with some figures.
Okay,
Do you have another question?
Yeah, no, I'll leave it now, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Just wanted to understand if we do go with the officer's implementation, which is waiting for the parking framework, what timeline will we have implementation for this program if we did decide to go ahead with the extension of time?
Through you, Madam Chair. So with the parking framework, we've obviously got I mentioned the workshop with the council at the end of August where we want to discuss the next steps. So there's two options available to us. The first option would be to do a direct and targeted stakeholder engagement with a group like Rocal, the business community and others. Under that framework, we'd be looking at potentially end of 2023, early 2024 for the framework to be completed. The other option is to go through a more formal consultation procedure, submissions and hearing processes, which would see the framework being completed around about mid-2024.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Somewhat in line with Councillor Wood's question, if we were to refer this question into the framework, would we end up slowing down delivery of the overall framework?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. The incorporation of the expense scope shouldn't slow down the delivery of the parking framework.
Thank you. Second question upon the one that I have is just around the numbers of permit holders, so it's 2,300-ish at the moment. That would be smaller than the pool of potential permit holders, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. The figure of 2,342 is the number of permit holders, so those who have paid the $10 fee to get the SuperGold parking permit. While I don't have the exact figures of the number of SuperGold holders in the community, there certainly would be potential to increase that figure.
Is that, I understand you don't have that number in front of you now, is that information publicly available? I.e., could you obtain it?
Through Madam Chair, we're not exactly sure. Yes. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Accommodation assignment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me. There was public comment this morning from the Disability Reference Group about including mobility card holders in the scheme. Do you have an opinion about that? And is that something that could be brought back to us through the parking framework?
Through you, Madam Chair, the mobility permits that we do have is something that's within the current scope of the parking framework, and it's certainly something that we can look at as part of the framework. To provide a bit more context, the framework is quite a broad document. It's looking at essentially the policies behind how we approach parking. It's looking at making sure that all the approaches that we take to parking are aligned to find that balanced approach that meets the wider community needs and the diverse community needs.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Naylor, I see you dropped out. Thank you. Next to your question.
It's the same.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this follows on from the answer to a previous question. In 2.28, under wider implications, you talk about the reputational risk to council if we don't undertake wider community engagement consultations. You talked earlier about what that might look like. I just wanted to ask you to expand on what you think the risk is there of not undertaking that kind of consultation.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, in terms of the reputational risks to the council, we view that to be the case because parking is a very divisive topic. You've got the competing needs and requirements of the community. We know from past experience that parking changes in terms of the fees and the hours has not exactly been received very well by the community. And so based on the submissions that were received during that process, there was a very strong indication that from several submitters that they wanted to be involved in parking decisions. They wanted to be able to have their voice heard and help influence the decision to reach a balanced approach to parking in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for your submission. 2.15 speaks to the alert system and the parking, and that's, for this example, the Supercool card holders can park there, the officers will come along, identify that Supercool card and suppress it. Is it possible to grab the data of how much time our Supercool card holders spend in each car?
Through you, Madam Chair, the information for how long they stay in those parks is not available to us. My understanding is once the officers hit the suppress button, that's it. We can't get further information around the time of how long that vehicle stays there.
Can I just add a supplementary question? So if the Supercool card vehicle leaves that parking spot, a new member of the public parks in that parking spot and activates the parking meter for his or herself, would that data not be able to be captured by the alert system? That a new member of the public has parked in the same spot?
Through you, Madam Chair, so if I understand it correctly, there'd be a gap between, so the member of the card holder, once the exemption is done, would stay there for 2 more minutes or stay there for 2 more hours and know until the next car came and parked there. That's kind of the risk of sort of diluting that data.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
It might be me. Thank you.
Apologies, still possibly it was user error at the start.
It might actually be me as well. I've contributed to that. Look, thank you very much for the report. My question is just really a very brief one. We heard from the disability group this morning just in terms of the mobility permit holders. And I think there's roughly 2,300 of those and also 2,300 Super Gold permit holders, and that some are perhaps members of both. Do we have any understanding of the size of that overlap?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe we do. I don't believe we do have a fully clear picture of the overlap between Super Gold holders and mobility users.
Would that information be able to be brought into the parking framework?
Through Madam Chair, yes, I believe we can incorporate that and expand to clarify that information.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you, James. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, James. That's the questions over. So the recommendation in front of us is that the committee refer the matter of extending free parking provisions for Super Gold card holders be included in the development of the parking framework. I'm happy to move that, seconded by Councillor Hancock. And we do have an alternative recommendation, which I will inform you about, put up by Councillor Wood and Councillor Finlay, that PNCC extend free parking provision for Super Gold card holders from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. So I guess I'll just confer with staff to just make sure I'm treating this in the right manner. Is this an Yeah, so we'll be treating this as an alternative recommendation, so that if the original fails, we'll then go to the alternative. So I will open for any comment. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give the comments I was going to make to my recommendation now, given that if this recommendation fails, implicitly it would be an endorsement of the alternative recommendation. So the reason that I put forward an alternative motion is quite simple. The proposed process that we're going through would see us refer it to the parking framework, engage with the Great Power and other seniors organisations around what they would like, despite the fact they clearly told us already what they would like. We would then develop a costing of what this may cost and end up in the exact same position we're in right now in 6 to 12 months' time. The fear that our community had when we didn't approve this and when they initially brought it forward, and I think we didn't approve it for the right reasons, wanting to know what the costings were, wanting to understand the wider implications, the fear they had is that this would get pushed into a bureaucratic chain where it would end up not happening for a long period of time and not address the cost of living challenge that our Super Gold Card community is facing today. So I am comfortable with the level of information we have that this is going to be reasonably low cost, between $12,000 to $36,000, so an increase or a decrease in our revenue of 0.5% approximately, to a 1% decrease overall, including what's already as a part of the existing program. It is a low cost. If it is the will of the council now that we would like to see this program extended, then in the workshop it will probably be the will of the council that we want to see this program extended. So we'll go through a lengthy process to come to the same conclusion that we've come to today. And so given that reality, it seems silly to wait for a long period of time if the conclusion we're going to come to is the same that we have at the moment. And so that's a matter for us to decide today. If the majority of us support extending the program now, then we should vote for it now. If the majority of us don't support extending the program now, then the majority of us won't support it at the workshop and it will go no further. I want to talk about the reputational risk if we don't do this. It's been said that this could be viewed as shooting from the hip or populism or just responding because community members came into the chamber. Well, when our Pacific community came to us and said they don't have enough space for their community hub, but they're not being planned process, we responded to that. We put money in the budget to allow us to do that investigative work. When our Honeyfield community came to us and said there's a number of deficiencies in their community, we responded to that. We are now addressing those through our annual budget process. So addressing the needs of the community when they come into this chamber is not shooting from the hip, it's not populism, it's not being rash or being emotional. What perhaps would have been rash and emotional was to have simply done it without the investigation and the good work that our officers have done today, which has shown us that this is reasonably low cost. I said openly in the chamber when the issue first came to us at our last committee meeting that if this came back and it was $300,000, $400,000, it was going to have a major impact on our parking revenue, I most likely wouldn't support it. But given it's come back at what is more or less a negligible cost to the community versus the economic benefit that we will gain from the fact that our Super Gold Card holders won't go, goodness, we've hit 12 p.m, it's lunchtime, let's leave town. Let's take our business elsewhere. The benefit we would gain from having our Super Gold Card holders retain their business and retain their spending in the community for a longer period of 3 p.m, where we see with parking statistics that show that there is still capacity for parks to be filled by that community. It would seem rash to me when we know what the community wants, when we know what the cost is, and when we know what the implications will be to delay this further to be a part of yet another process. So given we know what the cost is, my recommendation is that we get on and do the job, given we know what the will of this particular community is. Now, I'd also like to say that doesn't preclude us or exclude other groups from being involved in the future. And I have absolute sympathy toward the extension of this toward those with mobility card holders, disability card holders, and I think I'm very open to having a conversation about adding them as part of this program, and I see no reason why including this recommendation would exclude that from happening as a part of our parking framework review, or if another councillor in this chamber today wants to put forward a recommendation that we investigate that, I don't see why supporting our Super Gold Card holders would exclude us from supporting other community groups that need that as well. I also would have been very open to looking at the extension of this for community service card holders, but unfortunately, as our officers' report has said, we're not within our legal ability to do that, which is a great shame. But what we have to do is deal with the information in front of us, which is it's low cost, of great benefit for the community, it's going to have a small impact, and we know what the view is. So my strong recommendation to all the other councillors here is why wait? Let's get on and do it. Let's help alleviate the cost of living that our Super Gold Card holders face today, rather than pushing it 6 to 12 months down the track.
Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting the original motion, and I think in answer to Councillor Wood's question of why wait, it's simply because we've heard very clearly from our Super Gold community, but we've not heard from the wider community. And the last time we tried to do something on parking, I think the officers referred to it, the wider community are definitely keen to have their voice heard on that. And what suits one part of our community might not necessarily suit others. Councillor Wood referred to the undoubted economic benefit of extending the Super Gold Card parking hours, but that implies a level of understanding from our business community which has not been evidenced through the process so far. We simply haven't asked for that feedback and we haven't received it. And the process that's in front of us would allow us to do that, to go out widely, whether that's in a direct way, as the officers talked about, or a wider, more formal hearings process. I think there is room in the workshop coming in at the end of this month to give that direction to officers about the speed with which we'd like to see this process go ahead. I'm certainly not in favour of us going through a process for the sake of it, but here it seems to me that there could be wider consequences than that simply in front of us today that we do need to take time to consider. We've already heard just this morning, as the Chair alluded to, from our disability community who want to be involved in this consultation. I'm absolutely sure the business community will have a view, and we know from the last time that the events community always have a view on parking, and we haven't sought that feedback yet. I think it's important that we do so and that we feed this very valid request into the process that we're already in looking at our framework in a holistic way to get the best outcomes for all of our community, rather than just focusing on one part of the community who have made their views very clear at this stage. So I'll be supporting the original motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along similar lines to what Councillor Bowen has already outlined, I'll also be supporting the recommendation that's in the report for the reason that I think good decisions are made when we're well informed and well considered decisions with all the relevant information in front of us, and I don't feel that we have that today. The Chair will be aware that I went in and out of the queue a few times during questions because I'm not, I did have some questions around some of the information in the report that didn't seem to line up in terms of the numbers, and I was thinking, well, I'll leave that to the workshop to tease that out. The revenue outlined in 2.24 of 3.8 million does not align with 1% reduction in revenue that's outlined in 2.25 because 73,000 is not 1% of that amount. So I think it's not necessarily low cost, small impact. I do think we need to have a really good understanding of what the full impact is on all of the community. What's outlined in 2.17 in terms of the mobility permits are currently included in the scope of the parking framework is one of the reasons why I was comfortable to support the recommendation as already outlined in this report, being confident that the views that have been expressed during the public presentation, public comment earlier from the Disability Reference Group will be incorporated in that wider consideration. And we're not talking about 6 to 9 months away. We're talking about 3 weeks away on the 30th of August that we will have that further information from officers at that parking framework workshop. And I think that is a more appropriate time to start that further consideration of all of the issues that we need to weigh up before we make well-informed decisions. So I'll be supporting the recommendation in the paper.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Just a couple of comments here in terms of where I'm at on this, and it has been good to be able to reflect on it since the request first came to us a few weeks ago. Certainly I'm open to a more nuanced approach to how we manage parking in the city. I think that currently we do kind of have a one-size-fits-all for quite a few things, and so I do like the idea of moving to more nuanced conversations, and I think we're at a point where we have both technology and systems that could actually support that. So certainly open to where this could potentially go, was comforted by the information in today's report around the financial impact. And I note though that some of us are quite willing to grab a hold of that as though it's the only key piece of information that we need before moving to a decision. I would suggest to colleagues that the financial side is important on one side of it, and really getting broader community input is quite wise as well from a good process point of view. I actually think that both the recommendation from the chair and the alternate quite possibly get us to the same endpoint at some point in the future. It's a question really about whether we have a commitment not only to making decisions, but to doing that in a high quality way, including consultation with the wider community. And I would draw some contrast between the annual budget submissions where we had gone to the whole community with a proposal and asked the whole community what their view was about a proposal versus what we've had here, which is a specific community of interest come to us with quite a legitimate request. But we haven't yet canvassed the wider community, and that, in terms of quality decision making, is a vital step and would encourage people to prioritize it, especially given that it does not substantially delay the framework and that the framework has good momentum as we have heard. So please do support the recommendation as it stands. We'll get there in the end, and this will be a good quality way to get there. Not doing that opens the floodgates for all sorts, because I have yet to meet a person in this city that enjoys paying for parking. And the chair.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not just the older people that would gain by getting this extension to 3. The shopkeepers, I have in the last month or so had so many different shopkeepers say to me, why on earth, what's wrong with you councillors? The amount of older people that come in and then have to leave because they can't stay for lunch, etc., etc. Just this morning, down below, I was accosted because older people don't go into her shop anymore because of parking. Well, the cost is not, it's minimal. And don't forget, we raised 23,400 this year already just from Gold Card parking. And if it is going to increase, more people are going to get them, we're going to get more revenue. In fact, if they only park for now, we're going to make profit. And that's going on the staff's figures. If we do it now, it's not going to change the parking framework. It's not going to change the debate of the parking framework. We've had Gold Card parking for some years. And I have never heard one person in all that time ever complain because older people get free parking. In fact, I've heard the opposite, time and time again. Goodness me, you're a good councillor, you're giving older people parking. That's great. No one's ever said to me it's not fair. Everyone is supportive of older people getting free parking, except for some councillors, of course. But our council has a reputation, and it's a well-earned reputation, we're the greatest procrastinators on earth. But here we are again talking about procrastinating. And yes, it's only 3 weeks ago when we meet. I say when we have the first meeting, but then we'll have another meeting, and then we'll have another meeting. And maybe sometime next year, if we're lucky, it might come into existence.
And it's running late, so we're going to have
Sorry, we can't have any comments from the public gallery, thank you.
So why procrastinate? This officers say it's going to happen. Why don't we just do it now? It is not going to affect the parking framework in any way, shape or form. It won't affect it. But it will affect a lot of older people who need to go to the doctor who won't have to pay for parking. It's the no-brainer to me. It's just common sense. Let's just vote no to the first resolution and yes to the second. Thank you.
Councillor Zabella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a really interesting debate. I will be supporting the second recommendation or motion. To my mind, that does set an intention and a direction for the framework to incorporate. In the report 2.27 cautions us against making decisions prior to confirming our car parking objectives, which should give effect to the Council's broader goals and strategies. To my mind, in the annual budget, we committed to working on becoming an age-friendly city. We've had our age-friendly community come in and tell us this is one way that we can immediately get some runs on the board as far as that goes. And to my mind, I don't see why that couldn't be picked up as part of the framework as an intention and a commitment that we've already made. Don't think a framework needs to be existing from a blank slate. You know, I think you take what's already there and some wiggle room and build that up together. And I think one of the other issues that got brought through that hasn't been really touched on in this debate, there were some concerns about what this might do for business in terms of parking turnover, that if you have cars that are able to stay there longer, then that might detrimentally affect business. Just wanted to refer us back to, we had an answer come through Councillor Help a while ago, which gave us some figures that between 85 and 86% of parking in Palmerston is happening in less than 2 hours, and about 9.7% is a 2 to 4 hour stay in a parking slot. So that's pretty overwhelmingly leaning towards a shorter stay. So I have a reasonable amount of confidence that that wouldn't be hugely negatively impactful for our businesses. So I think this has been granted in the first place. It's been extended before. This is not a new motion that we're going through. It's happened before. So I'm confident and happy to support the second motion because I think it can be picked up in our framework as a confirmation or an objective that we've already set. So, yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just going to be very brief on this. I will support this matter going through to the parking framework, as has been requested by council officers. And the main reason for that is because in paragraph 2.26, page 741, positive or negative impact on businesses at this point in time is actually unknown. There may very well be some very positive impacts for businesses if we do go to an extended parking permit for Servco cardholders. But at this point in time, we don't actually know that. So for my reasoning, I think that the timelines which are actually being provided by council officers in terms of the workshop and subsequent meetings, I think that's quite reasonable, and I think probably for all councillors we really need to take an intelligent and considered approach to this and not just shoot from the hip. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't support the force recommendation, but I will support Councillor Wood's recommendation, motion, as it's good to see you seeing the light. Back in May, we debated this quite heavily, and we said in the area report that we've got the report. Okay? We've got the report, and it tells us very clearly the information that some of us knew back then. Okay? That it's very, very small cost, if any. To say the business will jump up and down, so we need to go to a workshop and then on to this and on to that, and that's been pointed out already by the officers. It would be mid-24 before it would be in effect, mid-24. Now, the officer told us mid-24. From experience, I would say that would be at least the end of 24, if not a little bit later. So the effect on business, all people go to town to do business, so that in the businesses, they're not going to hang out. I don't know too many that do. We debated heavily last time around the fors and against, and now it's come to this situation. We've got the report, we've got the evidence. It tells us there's no effect. It says we should clearly go ahead and do it. It tells us, right? If I had my way, Mobility Parking would be joining in with this, and we'll be doing that today as well. Okay? But under the circumstances, we've got to move it through to our parking workshop in August. So I won't very on too much more. I just think that it's been said, it's clear, we've got our report back, it shows us what we need to see, and I think we should go ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? I'll have my right to reply even though I didn't have my original say. I'll combine them in the interest of saving time. I think the first thing to say is that nobody in the room has said that they don't support extending the gold card scheme for seniors. So some of the comments that were made about some councillors not supporting it, I think, are misleading. The question is really, to what extent should we consult with the public and consider any other consequences of extending this scheme before going ahead with it? And my advice would be that we consider the principles of good decision making, which is making sure that we've consulted widely before we go ahead and going into the process without a predetermined position. So whilst I understand the argument put forward by Councillor Zabel that we could accept this position now and then go forward into a parking review, I think that that doesn't really conform to what we understand to be good decision making, which is where you consult and then form a decision to move forward based on the information you've got from the community. And one of the things that I have tried to do in this role is to learn from experience. And my experience around parking changes has been that if we in this room decide to make a change to parking without consulting the wider community, that goes down very badly. And it was not that long ago that we had a petition presented to us signed by 5,000 members of the community objecting to a decision that we've made about parking without consulting them. So I think we'd be very foolish to make more decisions about parking without consulting the whole community. That's the first point. The second point is that we actually don't know, apart from the costs, what other consequences there might be to extending this scheme. And it may be that we get fewer turnover of parks, which would have an adverse effect on business. It may be that there's particular times of the day where parking is at a premium, where having more parks taken up would change actually the level of customers for certain businesses. We don't actually know that. It's certainly the case that there are other groups that have a reasonable argument for getting some concession around parking. We heard from one of those earlier, the Disability Reference Group. But I would also say that there are other not-for-profit organisations whose volunteers perhaps have to spend quite a bit of money on parking, just going about the volunteering business that might have an argument, and so on. And I think it would be fair to allow all of those groups to have a say before we come up with a policy. And the other thing that we need to consider that hasn't really been mentioned by anyone is what our overall aims and strategies are about having a parking framework at all. And what are we wanting to achieve in terms of parking in the city? And it's not clear to me that we want to be encouraging more people to bring their cars into the city, in fact quite the opposite. So we do need to consider all of these things. They're often in tension, but that's the idea of not taking a decision like this in isolation, but taking it in a wider context. And I think there's been quite a lot of comment around the timeliness of the decision making, but I don't really think that this is an emergency decision that has to be made today. Yes, I understand the cost of living is an issue, but parking is already free for Super Gold Card holders between 9 and 12. So it's not as if there's no access to free parking. So I would counsel that we take a measured approach, that we use the principles of good decision making, that we go out to the community, and that we make sure that whatever decisions we're making about parking have the buy-in, have the social licence of the whole community. So I would ask for your support on this one, please. And we'll put the first recommendation to the vote, which is that the committee refer the matter of extending free parking provisions for Super Gold Card holders to be included in the development of the parking framework. Thank you.
Okay. No, I didn't get to this.
So we're just going to do a re-vote because not everybody voted. We're voting on the motion. That is carried, 7 votes for and 6 against. I think at this point we will adjourn for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock to complete the rest of the meeting. So we have got a couple of workshops that we'll have to push those back. Kia ora nau, Community Committee. We will resume with item 10, which is the report on the review of the companion card scheme. So I invite Ahmed and Stephanie to come and present the report. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Ahmed Abed tōku ingoa. Greetings to you all. Assalamu alaikum. I'll just mention a few points and then I'm happy to take questions. So in September 2019, Council's Disability Reference Group presented to the Community Development Committee requesting that Council champion the concept of a companion card. In August 2020, Council requested a trial of the companion card scheme, and this is to reduce the barriers for people with disabilities accessing ticketed events and activities. In April 2021, Council in Manawhakaha entered in a partnership to set up and deliver the scheme. Officers approached venues to join the scheme, and there are 11 venues that have joined. And to date, over 230 people have obtained the companion card membership. Council officers used the $10,000 budgeted funds to pay for the establishment and maintenance of the online registration, as well as to compensate a select number of venues for this for the companion tickets. This report presents results of the trial of a companion card, alongside some options for next steps for the committee consideration. And I want to acknowledge the contribution that the Disability Reference Group have given to this companion card scheme. And I want to thank them for that as well. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Just one question from me, which is, I don't quite understand why it would cost the council $20,000 per annum, but we're proposing that if a community provider took over the scheme, that it would only cost $15,000 per annum. Can you explain that?
Yes. So the $20,000 is the estimated. Half of it is estimated for the compensation of the companion tickets to the venues. Some of it is for promotion and advertising, social media and other outlets. And it's also part of the officers' 5 hours a week that is estimated, that is needed for this companion card project.
But wouldn't it be the same number of hours per week that were estimated for a council officer to administer the scheme as for a community organisation? Or are we proposing that we would pay them less?
No, we're not proposing to pay them less. It's the same hours, obviously, if you need 5 hours, yes. The 15,000 budgeted or proposed for this is partially we had already given advance payment from previous budgets to some of the venues, and they still hold some of that money. It's not all been spent, and so we're thinking that they might not need further funds to cover the cost. And the purpose of our covering of the costs is to encourage all the venues to actually take on this program without us paying them for the tickets.
Okay, thank you. I'll just open to questions for other council members. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam. Just around option 1 and the handover, is there a likely group or groups there that have expressed any interest around this opportunity?
We have left that for this financial year to investigate. There are always definitely interested groups from some of the casual talks that we have with our partners and other community organizations.
And they've indicated they would have both capacity and interest?
We haven't really gone that far about talking about their capacity or if they would actually want to take it on.
So if you if we go down the direction you're proposing here and you get into those conversations and they're a little bit less productive than you hoped, like what would end up being the decision then? Would we still force it out into the community, or would we kind of revisit our position?
We would revisit our position when we come back to council with a report.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. If we went down the track of option 2, what would be the effect on the program for council?
So option 2 is to continue as we are at the moment, and I would say the effect is that there's a minimal community leadership or ownership of the program, because at the moment this is a program that is delivered by council officers or council and the partner Manafaka as well.
So the effect of the program would it I want to say would it fall over? That's probably what I'm trying to.
Not necessarily, no, it wouldn't fall over.
So instead of giving you 15,000, it would only be 10,000.
If you don't take into consideration the council officers' time spent, it would just be the 10,000 without that time. Yes.
So would it fail or not?
Sorry?
Would it fail, program?
No, it wouldn't. Well, no, it wouldn't fail.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, there are no further questions. Thank you very much. So the recommendation we have is that Council agree to support the companion card scheme for the remainder of the 23-24 financial year and hand over delivery from 24-25 onwards to an appropriate arts or social sector group, option 1. So I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hancock. And I'll just speak to it briefly. I think that Council has done a good job of setting this scheme up in conjunction with Manafaka and of ironing out any teething difficulties. And I think it's appropriate, if we can find a suitable community organisation, that we hand it over so that it can, be in community ownership. We might need to just review how much money goes towards it each year, depending on what the uptake is. But I expect that would be in the sort of annual budgeting or in the contracting arrangement with the organisation. But it's not necessary for Council to run everything. I think having trialled it and being satisfied with the way it's working, that it's appropriate to see if there is a community organisation that would like to take it over. So I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly support probably what's going on here. I have recommended a couple minor adjustments to the recommendation. The response that I got to questions from officers was that they were going to do some work to make sure that handover would actually be the best option. And I would like to just clarify that in here, because as it states on the screen now, it makes it sound like it's absolutely going to happen 24-25. I'd like to have it amended to say that we would plan to hand over delivery, and then that gives us some flexibility in case those conversations don't relate. So I don't know how you want to take that in terms of formalizing the number, or just if you and the secretary are happy.
I'm happy to incorporate that in the original recommendation for that movement.
That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just give the officers a minute. Yeah, so that's been added in and plan to hand over Are there any other speakers? Hardly require a right for reply, and so we'll move to a vote. Thank you. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So that takes us to item 11, which is the Papua Place Redevelopment 6-monthly update. I'll invite Bryce Hoskin, Group Manager Property and Resource Recovery, to the report.
Kia ora, councillors. Look, happy to take this report as read. I guess the only thing I would note is with pleasure but also sadness, this will be the last of these updates. As the whole project will come to a conclusion in September, so after multiple years, finally at the finish line, and then the next report you get on Papiaea will be around a closeout report. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Bryce. I did just have one question. I see that the extra 7 units are completed. So have we got people in them already? Are they being used?
5 of them do. 2 of the fully accessible units have people that we're just working through the final stages with them, but yes, I would expect them to be all full in the very near future.
Awesome. Thank you. But don't appear to be any more questions for us.
Thank you.
Got off lightly. So I'll move that the Community Committee receive the memorandum entitled Papua Place Redevelopment 6-monthly update, presented on 9th of August 2023, seconded by Councillor Hancock, and invite any comment. I'll just say that it's been very pleasing to be a member of council while this project has been going through, and it's been a very successful project in terms of the outcomes, but also in the fact that it's largely been completed on time and within budget, and I think that is worth an honourable mention in these days of increasing budgets and extended timelines. So it's just been very pleasing to be able to see the redevelopment of Papua Place from 48 units that were really not fit for purpose at all into the fantastic, we've got 85 units now, plus the tenant lounge that's about to be completed. So it's a very pleasing project to have been able to be a small part of on council. And congratulations to the staff and the contractors, who I think of Attitude Homes, who've done the work extremely well. Right, no other comments, so we will vote to receive the report. That is carried unanimously, thank you. So that takes us to our last item, which is the committee work schedule, item 12. I'll hand over to Terry Weather, Acting Chief Customer Officer, in case there are any comments she wishes to make. There are not. So I will move that we receive the report, work schedule, sorry, seconded Councillor Hancock. And are there any questions? No questions, so we will go ahead and vote. That's, yeah, you have voted, Councillor Harper. So that's carried unanimously, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you all very much. And I'll just do the closing karakia. Kia pusa ki te whaia, ki te ao marama, whakamuia ki a tina.
Tina.
Homea puie araki. We'll just have a break for 5 minutes while we get organised for first of the workshops.
Can I have them in here?
We're going to have them in here. And I think first one is How's Anthony?